First qualifiers entering the track is a group of 2-year-olds. A fee of the one now with Jason Hughes. Two all-day press, Gilles Barriel. Sweet Chica Lou is the 3, David O'Brien. Woodmere Eras is the 4, Mark Campbell. 2-year-old Pacers in behind the starting gate for the first qualifier. FIA All Day Press, Sweet Chica Lou, Woodmere Arras, top of the stretch. Fast track conditions, 21 degrees Celsius. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, and it's All Day Press with the first call on the far outside. Woodmere Arras up the inside. That's a FIA for third. And the fourth one to make the turn, that is Sweet Chica Lou. They arrive at the eighth, and here comes Woodmere Arras and Mark Campbell onto the lead by two. All Day Press now in second, racing from third. That's a FIA. And the early trailer fourth is Sweet Chica Lou. Along the back stretch and off stride on the front end. Woodmere Arras jumped it off. Now moving on to the lead, that is All Day Press. Up into second at FIA, now third. That's Sweet Chica Lou. And the trailer fourth is Woodmere Arras after the break. 33 seconds flat was the opening quarter. It's now All Day Press and Burial, the leaders. Second is FIA, racing from third, Sweet Chica Lou. And in the backfield, that's Woodmere Arras. At the midway point, All Day Press has the 2-year-olds halfway home. Racing from second, that's FIA, continuing in third, Sweet Chica Lou. And the trailer in fourth, Woodmere Arras, the opening half mile up in 104 and 3 as they move next to the 5/8 on the front end. All Day Press continuing to lead by almost 2. Althea goes second, and looking to the outside, that's Sweet Chica Lou, and Woodmere Arras is fourth. They arrive at the three-quarters next, and All Day Press will get them there. Second, that's Althea. On the outside, third is Sweet Chica Lou, and the trailer fourth. Woodmere Arras, the three-quarters up in 1:36 and 1 as they travel around that top turn for the final time with an 8 left to go. All Day Press turning for home, the leader. Sweet Chica Lou on the outside. Althea's in at the rail, and Woodmere Arras fourth. To the wire they come next. All Day Press. Sweet Chica Lou on the outside. All Day Press and Burial on the line. Althea up the rail was second, and Sweet Chica Lou was third. 2:06 flat. Now the results of the first qualifier. Althea was second. All Day Press the winner. Sweet Chica Lou was third, and Woodmere Arras fourth. 33, 104 and 3, 136 and 1, 206. In review, 2134. The second qualifier up next, the number one entry. What's it to you? Now gets Mark Campbell. Second qualifiers on the track. Number 1, What's It To Ya with Mark Campbell. She's All Lady 2, Jason Hughes. Lorne Valley Max 3, Miles Heffernan Sr. Julian I Am the 4, Jeremy Baker. Rosie All Over the 5 for qualifying driver Carson Wilkie. Miss Dutton 6, Corey McPherson. Second qualifier, What's It To Ya? She's All Lady, Lorne Valley Max, Julian I Am, Rosie All Over, Miss Dutton. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Tardy at the start, What's It To Ya? And there they go. Off and racing, and coming from the outside, that's Rosie All Over, the first one to the turn. Miss Dutton to her outside second. Third at the rail, She's All Lady. From the outside, fourth is Lorne Valley Max. Then the fifth one, going to the backstretch, is Julian I Am. And on the outside, What's It To Ya? Miss Dutton and Corey McPherson are the leaders to the quarter full. Rosie All Over now second. Third, She's All Lady. Fourth, that's Lorne Valley Max. On the outside, fifth is What's It To Ya? And the trailer is Julian I Am, 29. And 4 was the opening quarter, rounding the turn and off stride at the back. What's It To You has jumped it off. Off the turn they come, and they're led to the half mile by Miss Dutton. Rosie All Over is second. Lorne Valley Max on the outside third. She's All Lady fourth. And the fifth one, that is Julian I Am. And What's It To You? He's had enough. Campbell has pulled him up. 59-4 for the half mile. Miss Dutton, the leader. On the outside, second, Lorne Valley Max. Rosie All Over at the rail third. Fourth, She's All Lady. And on the outside, fifth, Julian I Am. To the three-quarters they go. Miss Dutton has a three-length lead on Lorne Valley Max. Then in third is Rosie All Over. Coming up fourth is Julian I Am. Then the trailer fifth is She's All Lady. On by the three-quarters, Miss Dutton widening the lead. Three-quarters up in 1:30 and 1. Lorne Valley Max is second. Rosie All Over third. Julian I Am fourth. She's All Lady fifth. Down the stretch, and Miss Dutton takes off on them here in the late going. Lorne Valley Max second. On the outside, Julian I Am, and up the rail, Rosie All Over. But it's Miss Dutton all alone with McPherson. Second, that is Rosie All Over. Tight for third, might have been Julian I Am. 159-1. Now the results of the second qualifier. What's It To You did not finish. She's All Lady fifth. Lorne Valley Max fourth. Julian I Am third. Rosie All Over was second. Miss Dutton the winner. 29-4, 59-4, 130-1, 159-1. In review, it did not finish. 5-4, 3-2-1. The third qualifier enters the track, Redland Jasper number 1, Carson Wilkie. Big Time Bobby 2, Jason Hughes. Three, Beach Classic, David O'Brien. Elm Grove Very Best, the 4, Mark Campbell. Captain Crosby, the 5, Joe Barrio. Five two-year-old Pacers in the third and the final qualifier, Redland Jasper, Big Time Bobby, Beach Classic, Elm Grove Very Best, and Captain Crosby are at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. There they go, off and pacing. Big Time Bobby, the first one out on the rail. That's Redland Jasper. And to their outside comes Captain Crosby third. That's Beach Classic fourth on the turn. And then in fifth, Elm Grove Very Best. At the first eighth pole, Big Time Bobby the leader. And off stride goes Captain Crosby. Now into second is a Redland Jasper third. That's Beach Classic. Racing from fourth is Elm Grove Very Best. Back down pacing in fifth. That is Captain Crosby, the trailer. Over to the first quarter, led by Big Time Bobby and Hughes. Now here's company coming. Beach Classic and David O'Brien will take over top spot off a 32 and 4/4 mile. Now it's Beach Classic, the leader by two. Second is Big Time Bobby. That's Redland Jasper third. Fourth is Elm Grove Very Best, and the trailer fifth, Captain Crosby. They arrive at the midway point next. Beach Classic has these two-year-olds halfway home. Second is Big Time Bobby, Redland Jasper in third. Fourth, Elm Grove Very Best, and Captain Crosby is fifth, a half mile in 104. And 1/5. They're on round the paddock turn, and they're chasing Beach Classic at the 5/8. Second, Big Time Bobby. Redland Jasper third, swinging out from fourth. Elm Grove Very Best and Captain Crosby fifth. They arrive at three-quarters next. Beach Classic out in front. On the outside and driving second, Elm Grove Very Best. Third up the rail, Big Time Bobby. Redland Jasper's tipped out from fourth. Captain Crosby fifth. The three-quarters in 1:35 and 3 with an eighth of a mile to go. Beach Classic at the rail, right alongside Elm Grove Very Best. Redland Jasper way wide third. Fourth, Big Time Bobby, Captain Crosby fifth. On the wire next, Elm Grove Very Best on the outside for Campbell. Off stride went Beach Classic, and then it looked like Big Time Bobby in 2:05. Results of the third qualifier, Redland Jasper fourth, Big Time Bobby third, Beach Classic second, Elm Grove Very Best the winner, Captain Crosby fifth. 32 and 4, 104 and 1, 135 and 3, 205. In review, 43215. come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Red Shores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Saturday evening card. Perfect conditions for racing tonight. Not a lot of humidity in the air. It's about 22 degrees. Sun is shining, nothing but blue skies and fast track conditions tonight for our 11-dash program. A little shorter on the races tonight due to the big program tomorrow afternoon in Summerside, where we have the Governor's Plate eliminations and the open mares. The Ruby Chapel Open Mares goes tomorrow afternoon in Summerside with that first race post at 12:30 p.m. It's a 12-dash card. And so it sets up to be a dandy tomorrow afternoon. Tonight, though, we got 11 dashes, as I mentioned. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. In our feature tonight, we have a field of 6. TH Boomtown's on the rail. Captain Highliner from Post 2. DJ Mustang was a winner in his last start. He is Post 3. House Edge Hanover from Post 4. Hunter's Hero from Post 5. And Malevolent rounds out the field of 6. Malevolent, a winner in his latest. And Ronnie Matheson has 2 entries in that race, and that will be a factor in that race. So it sets up to be a dandy, but before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and the equipment changes, and for those, we'll go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 22. Of the meeting, fast track conditions, 21 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 1, Saltwater Captain, removing spreaders. The next and the final change on the program is in race number 11. In the 11th race, number 1, One Wicked Man, the trainer of record is Jarrett Perot. That will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The Parmutual wickets open and selling 27 minutes before the first race post time set for 5 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Pleased to be joined now by Melissa Keith. Melissa Keith, she's a writer with the Atlantic Post Calls, Harness Racing Update, and Trot Magazine. She was also a broadcaster at Truro Raceway and a handicapper at Western Fair and Rideau. She also called the races at Rideau Carleton and the Track on 2 in Lacombe, Alberta. She's also a participant in our All-Star Handicapping Challenge. So again, pleased to be joined by Melissa Keith. Melissa, welcome to Race Day.
Hi, Kurt. Thanks for the welcome and introduction. It's a pleasure to chat with you again on the Race Day show.
Yeah, great to have you back this year competing in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. But before we get to that, discuss the All-Star Handicapping Challenge, for folks that maybe aren't familiar with you, a little bit of background about yourself, how you got involved in the game.
I have been a racing fan my whole life. My dad was a big fan. He used to go to Sackville Downs, and growing up, it was a real treat to go to Truro Raceway with Dad and my brothers. And I used to ride a leased standardbred, a retired pacer from Maine. So got in trouble for taking him out to pace full speed on the training track where I used to ride him and dream about winning a gold cup and saucer or something together. I've been a handicapper and better, though, most of my time in harness racing. I'm not a trainer or driver. I am a fractional owner with the Won't Back Down stable at Truro Raceway, and the greatest pride has been at Rideau Carleton as their track handicapper and announcer until, sadly, we ended this year, but good times right to the end.
Yeah, is there any update on that, Melissa?
Well, Brian Scott is leading the new Eastern Ontario Harness Horse Association, which has been trying to get talks going again with Hard Rock Ottawa and some other players, which will include Ontario Racing, of course, at some point. I don't know about the progress yet, but he has opened that door to communication again, which is a good start. A lot of people in the Ottawa area just not able to travel as far as Mohawk or wherever to race those horses off their own farm, right? So
Yeah.
I wish him all the best, and everybody in the Ottawa area a big warm hello, and I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, they're kind of isolated there. They're kind of far away from Three Rivers, and then far away from Kawartha Downs would be their next closest in Ontario as well. So hopefully something can get going there and back going at Rideau Carleton, because I raced there a few times and it was a great spot to race horses. But when we flip back over to your roles in the sport, which when you talk about all the different jobs you've had, writer, broadcaster, handicapper, and owner, can you tell us a little bit about each one of those roles?
Well, with the writing, that's probably been the most natural thing. It started with Trot Magazine, and I was always a big Atlantic Post Calls reader, and it was nice when former editor Larry Resnitsky welcomed me to write for the Post Calls, which I love. I'm a regular reader and always recommend it to people. Really good original journalism that really focuses on the Maritimes and how Maritimers are doing elsewhere too, like in the States and across Canada. So that's a point of pride as a writer. I have 2 O'Brien Media Excellence Awards and 3 John Hervey Awards, not to brag too much, but it's reality, I guess. I think being a handicapper is the most satisfactory aspect, maybe. Nothing like, a nice bankroll at the end of the night. That was the case last weekend playing Redshores Charlottetown, I got to say. Thank you, Paul Langell. A nice top price winner there, double digit winner. And as an owner, it's just a pleasure to be able to go to the barn and visit the horses. You don't need to own the whole horse. I find it's very enjoyable with friends to go and spend time with the horses, and then maybe the winner's circle if you're lucky.
Yeah, that's so true. Like you said, you don't need to own the whole horse. You still get all the excitement, even if you own a fraction of it. So great that you're involved with that group from Truro with the Won't Back Downs. I didn't know that. And so great to learn that as well. And you mentioned your awards for writing, the Media Excellence for Outstanding Written Work at the O'Brien Awards. What was it like to be recognized with that award?
It was a big thrill because, as you know, there's so much talent in Canada. And on the writing side, it's a very deep group, probably led by Dave Briggs, my editor at Harness Racing Update. He's a tough act to follow. And the first winning O'Brien Award story I wrote was called Been There, Bought the T-shirt. And I got to interview Sugar Doyle for the first time about trademark race calls. And you can't write a story like that without mentioning Vance.
That's so true. He has so many trademark sayings here. We all love the boom just like that. I like the add it and to it and add it. I like when he goes with that one as well. But
And the wow.
yeah, exactly. No, he's one of the best, if not the best. He's the best in my mind, anyway. But no, let's flip over to why you're here, the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. How excited are you to be back participating in this challenge?
Well, it was a pleasure to be invited back by Red Shores, such a major racetrack across Canada and across North America. I've got friends who are watching and playing, following picks in this contest, even in the United States and across Canada. So it's got a lot of eyes on it, I think. Ken Workington, a little busy tonight with a little race called the Meadowlands Pace, but, he is leading the contest so far. Garnet Barnsdale with a good finish last week, although I'll have to say, Garnet, those favorites, come on now. Take a more adventurous approach, my friends, and that goes to you too, Ken, if you're watching.
Yeah,
I was happy. I had the best bankroll at the end of the night. What can I say?
yeah,
The early
those two guys are covered in chalk dust by the end of the night, picking all those chalk favorites all night long. You're more of a value player, from what I gather with your picks. I was following along last week, and a lot of the horses that you choose, there's a lot of great value there. So is that
There was just heartbreak in the last race, though, Kurt. There was heartbreak. Lost by a nose with Corey McPherson, Mr. Riley, 5-1, edged out there all about the cash at 2-5 for Brady Sweet. That was a heartbreaker. Even Garnet expressed his condolences.
Yeah. So are those some of the keys you look for, value when you're playing?
Always,
Yeah.
always.
Yeah.
It may not suit the style of the contest in a way, but I just find it a hard habit to break. And in fact, I don't necessarily want to break it. I remember meeting with the former Trot Magazine handicapping champion Dean McNevin at Red Shores one old home week, and he was talking about that topic and talking about the value of the 3-horse exactor box, because when one of those long shots steps up, boy, you get paid.
Absolutely. That is a good angle to play for those tuning in tonight and looking for wanting some tips. That 3-horse exactor box is an incredible wager. And like you say, you just hope for one of those value play to be on top, because it can really pay off in the exactor especially.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
That's something, and to me, it doesn't hurt to play them across the board either. Terry Gallant's pacing bred trotter Switch finished second or third at Mohawk. I remember for the $2 show ticket, I had him across the board. He paid $68 to show. There was a favorite who missed the board. And this is trotters we're talking.
Wow. Wow. That's
Yeah.
incredible stuff from you tonight. Thanks for the tips. I hope everybody's listening. And if you're looking for value, follow along with Melissa's picks tonight. We want to wish you the best of luck tonight. We're running out of time. It's going to be the post break in just a moment. So again, I want to thank you for coming on tonight and sharing a bit of your background and your tips on how you select the horses. So thanks again for coming on here tonight, Melissa.
Thanks, Kurt. And it's been a pleasure talking to you. Good luck, Garnet and Ken. Let's go.
All right. So there's Melissa Keith. She's participating in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge along with Garnet Barnsdale and Ken Workington. He is leading the way through the opening night. We had the opening night last Saturday. And so Ken is leading the way, but Garnet and Melissa, they're not far behind. And tonight's setting up to be a great program where there is a lot of value. I've looked on the card. And so Melissa could be coming from off the pace, and she could poke her nose out in front tonight. So we'll be following along with the All-Star Handicap and Challenge, and I'll give you updates after each race. We are about 9 away from the opener. I'll be back in a moment with my I'll Pick 5 ticket. It's a low 15% takeout on that wager, and it's a guaranteed pool of $2,000. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, there's a look at our I'll Pick 5 tickets to kick things off here at Red Shores. We're about 8 away from the opener in the opening dash tonight here at Red Shores. We're all going with the 5. It looks like the 5 is the one everybody's tracking along with in this race, and the 5 is the Feast. Gilles Barrio will drive tonight, so we're banking on the Feast maybe front running it in the opener tonight. Over in race 2, again, all going with the 5. Could be a front runner in that one as well with Cattle Call and Barrio. Barrio could get the early double here at Red Shores. Over in race 3, a few of us like the 5, some like the 6 in this one. I'm going with the 6 in that third race. I think Tobin's Nibbler can get the job done. Ken Workington along with me for that selection, and Garnet Burnsdale, Mel Keith, and the post-time picks. That's Peter McPhee tonight. They're all going with the 5 Streak, Antonio. And then over in the fourth leg, it's unanimous. We're all going with the 2, Bentley, and Mark Campbell. Again, this one could be up close to the action, maybe cutting it, maybe sitting in the 2-hole behind JK, Last Chance, and Hughes. But Bentley, he's a little younger. He's just a 4-year-old going up against JK, Last Chance, a veteran in that race. So we think Bentley and Campbell can get it done there in race 4. And then we're going to close it out. Mel Keith going with the 2, Bet on Evil. The rest of us going with the 1, Blue Moose. Garnet Barnsdale, Ken Warkton, myself, and Peter all going with Blue Moose and Steve Shepard to close it out in our I'll Pick 5 tickets. So good luck with yours if you're playing along with us here in the opener.
Maiden Pacers for the first race. Enter the track on the Reds Post Parade. Number 1, Hop on the Bus Gosh over Sandy Myers, Betty Matheson, and Kathy Leiter of Charlottetown. Wade Myers trains and drives. Number 2 is Zip, owned by Mike Slana from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Paul Langell. Over When It's Over, number 3, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 4, Vince, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Von Doyle, Stephen Shepard. Here's the 5, The Feast, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevin Shive, Gilles Barrio. All positive, number 6, owned, trained, and driven by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Legal Jargon 7, owned by Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl does the training. Stephen Murphy's up. Eagles Claw number 8, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie from Tarentum. Mark Campbell. The Potion is Motion 9, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to Race Day Live from Charlottetown, PEI. My co-host tonight, Kurt Hughes, and he's at the HBI broadcast desk to take you through tonight's wagering menu.
Sorry, Vance. We got the I'll Pick 5, as I mentioned, kicking off here in the opener, $2,000 guaranteed pool. Race 5, we have the early Super High 5. In the last 4 races of the card tonight, we have the late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. In the last race, race 11, we have the late Super High 5, and all these wagers carry a low 15% takeout. All right, we got the opener on the track. 5-year-olds younger, no winners of 1 race life. The Feast looks like he is a 1-2 beat in here. Real good looking horse on the track. 3-year-old gelding by Stay Hungry, owned by Dr. James Shive. Trevin Shive trains. Gilles Barrio, the Maritime Magic Man, in the seat. He was in the seat over in Truro on June 12th, where this guy was a close second place finisher. He was on the front end in that mile. Big opening quarter there on that day. 27-2. 57-1, 127. He got a little tired late, and he got collared late in the mile. Only closed in 30-3. And a nice qualifier there, 59-4, with a good closer in 29-1. And if you look down at that December 27th line at Woodbine Mohawk Park, he was out most of the mile on that day and was a good second by half length, and 55-2 for James McDonald. Closing quarter 28. So it looks like when he's rated well, he does have a little bit of snap on the end of it. And so I'm looking for Barrio to rate him a little better than he did in Truro in his latest start. So if he can back down to the half in 59, maybe 59 and change, I could see this guy scooting home in 29 or better. So I'm going to put the Feast on top with this early gate speed. Hopefully he gets to the front. And again, hopefully Barrio can rate him well, maybe tap the brakes in the middle half of the mile. And I think he can scoot home to get the win. The Feast, 1-5. Okay, running out of time to get a ticket here in the opener. There is a good-looking son of Sunshine Beach. This is Zip. This is trained by Raymond White. Paul Angel in the seat. For owner Mike Slana. Had a good second in that qualifier. 2:03-2, 28-2 closer. So he had some zip on the end of the mile in his qualifier, so he's making his freshman debut here tonight, and he's got a good starting spot. Post 2 for Langell and Zip. They got a real good shot at rounding out the exactor with that great closing ability, and if he's really close at the top of the stretch, I could see him going right by the Feast with that snappy last quarter that he showed in that qualifier. 15-1 if you're looking for some value here in the opener. Langell and Zip could be it. And then quickly right next door to Over When It's Over, Robbie and Simon Hughes share ownership of this 3-year-old by Shanghai Phil. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes in the seat. He's hit the board in 3 consecutive starts, all from off the pace. And so I'll look for him to close from off the pace. He's got a great starting spot here today from post 3. Should put him mid-pack, I would say, when they hit the half-mile mark. And so if Hughes can get him rolling in the back half of the mile, I could see him landing in this triactor. He had a good third in 59-4 in his latest 29-4 closer. So Over When It's Over, if you're looking for one for the triactor to close it out, he could be a good option at 10-1. Okay, we're kicking off the All-Star Handicap and Challenge Leg 2 here tonight. And just a quick update. Ken Warkington, after the opening leg last week, he's the leader at 54 points, 49 points for Garnet Burnsdale, and Mel Keith sitting in third with 34 points. So it's tight between 1 and 2. Ken Warkington and Garnet Burnsdale, they are neck apart as they head into leg 2 here in the opener this Saturday night. Beautiful night for racing. Take a look at that picture. Wow. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Hop on the bus, got Zip. Over When It's Over, Vince, The Feast, Oh Positive, Legal Jargon, Eagles Claw up front. In back, The Potion is Motion, the trailer. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Over When It's Over, the first one out. At the rail, Hop on the bus crosses second. The Peace to their outside third. Oh, Positive crosses over fourth. The Potion is Motion fifth. On the outside, Zip is sixth. Then seventh, that's Vince. Racing from eighth is Legal Jargon. On the outside, ninth, that's Eagles Claw. Up the backstretch they go. And here comes the 1-9 chalk to the front. That is the Beast for Barry, all declare. Over When It's Over is second. Third, Hop on the bus, Gus. Oh, Positive fourth. Zip took a seat in fifth. Racing from sixth, The Potion is Motion. Then in seventh, that's Vince. Eighth on the turn is Legal Jargon. And the trailer ninth, Eagles Claw. Open it up in 29 and 4. Straight alignment now as they move off the turn. And on the point towards the half mile, The Feast. Racing second, Over When It's Over. The Potion is Motion is driving here on the outside and going right on after the leader at the midway point. The Feast at the rail. On the outside, The Potion is Motion. Over When It's Over, third, 1 minute. And 4 for half a mile. 5H comes next. The Feast, the leader. From the outside, The Potion is Motion, the challenger. Over When It's Over, third. Fourth, that's Hop on the bus, Gus. Oh, Positive on the outside, fifth. Zip has nowhere to go in sixth. Vince now seventh. Eagle Claw eighth. And then the trailer, that's Legal Jargon. Off stride or fancy stepping at least. Went The Potion is Motion. 3/4 up in 1. 29 and 4 1/8 of a mile out. The Feast looking to close it out. Clear by 2. Over When It's Over is second. The Potion is Motion third. They land on the line next. And the Feast delivers for Barrio in the opener. Over When It's Over was second. The Potion is Motion third. And the time for the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Okay, revved up early, was over when it's over, and Hughes, they snapped off the wings early, getting to the lead, then released the Feast and Barrio as they get up to the quarter, 29-4, and Barrio, as I was talking about before the race, if he can rate him well, and he did, he got that second quarter breather of 31, down to the half a minute, 4/5, 3/4, 129-4, that's a 29 flat. Closing quarter, back half 58-2 for the mile of 159-1 for the Feast. He was large and in charge here from start to finish, getting up to the lead right around the 8th pole, and he never looked back. Barrio and the Feast, they deliver as the chalk favorite here in the opener, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes the Feast to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's first race. Big pacing gelding 3 by Stay Hungry off the Big Jim Dam Bernadette. Owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia, bred by Levon Miller and John McGill of Indiana. Trained by Trevin Shive and Jill Barrio in the driver's seat for the front end victory in 159 and 1/5. The Feast in the first.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results from tonight's first race. Hop on the bus. Gus finished 6th. Zip was 4th. Over One It's Over, 2nd. Vince was 8th. The Feast, the race winner. O Positive was 7th. Legal Jargon finished 9th. Eagle's Claw was 5th. The Potion is Motion 3rd. Fractions of 29-4, 1 minute 4, 129-4, and the mile at 159-1. In review, 642 817 953. The Feast paid 210. Exactor 430, Triactor 1070, Superfecta 575.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. It's another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hbibet.com. Okay, it's unanimous here in race 2. We're all going 5-1-4 as we take a look at that Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for race number 2.
Red-Eyed Shanghai will lead the second race on parade, owned by Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Wade does the training, driven by Adam Werner. Roll with the Warden, too, owned by Elmer Fallen and Terra Bear. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Ready for Prime Time 3, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford. Hardy Racing of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. Rosie's Mighty Mo number 4, owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Melvin does the training. Mark Campbell catch drives. 5 is Cattle Call, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores is pleased to welcome back Melissa Keith, Garnet Barnsdale, and Ken Workington for the 2026 All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
Okay, this is a really good group. There's only 5 entries, but all 5 have a lot of talent in this second race. 5-year-olds, younger winners at 3, not more than 5 races. Life down to 2 minutes to go, and take a look at this guy. Cattle Call, right on the iron for Barrio. 3-year-old gelding by Cattle Wash, owned by the Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek. Ronnie Matheson trains, and Gilberto in the seat. This guy's 3 for 3 this year with a little over 8,000 made. He had a mark of 54 taken in that first start off the bench of his sophomore campaign. He followed it up with another good win in 55 and 1. Went over to the Churro on June 12th. Was a winner in the Turner. He had the rail on that day. Cut the mile 58 and 3 to the half. Nice mile 156 and 1. Closing quarter 27 and 4. And so if Barrio can get Cattle Call to the front here tonight. I know Red Eye to Shanghai. He's hot right now as well. Coming into this race off 2 wins, and he's been on the front in his last 2 starts. So we'll see what Murner decides to do on the rail. But I'm thinking he'll probably want to release Cattle Call to the front and maybe take that 2-hole ride. But you never know. Murner may demand the lead, but Cattle Call, just a really good-looking horse on the track. Take a look at that body language. Nice big horse, too. So Cattle Call going to be my top call here in race 2, 4 to 5. There's the aforementioned Red Eye to Shanghai. 4-year-old by Shanghai Phil. Red Eye to Shanghai winner 54-4 at almost 8 to 1 in that PEI Colt Stake Graduate Series. He followed it up with another front-end victory in 55-1. Wade Myers, Jack Matheson, they share ownership. Wade's also the breeder and trainer. Adam Murner in the seat for those 2 victories on the front end. They had the pole position both weeks, and they got the pole position for the 3rd straight week. So this guy's going to be really, really tough to beat in this race. 2 for 6 this year with almost 6,000 in earnings. And so he could be first or second, 7 to 5. And Barrio driving the 5 Cattle Call. So Mark Campbell's going to do the driving on the 4. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Heather Gamester, Mel Gamester share ownership. Heather's also the breeder. Mel's the trainer. And again, Mark Campbell in the seat. Hit the board in his last 2. 55, 27-4 from off the pace. 2 starts back. 55-4 last time out. 28-2 closer. Doesn't have a ton of early speed, so I think the 1 and 5 will be sitting 1-2. Just depends who wants to cut it. Rosie's Mighty Mo, though, I think will be the one that rallies in there for the show dough. So I'm at 5-1-4 here in race 2, the 4. If you're trying to get the 1 and 5 beat, 6 to 1 on the nose right now. Okay, compact field of 5, but they pack quite a punch in the field of 5. They're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Red Eye to Shanghai, roll with the warden, ready for prime time. Rosie's Mighty Mo, Cattle Call. Top of the stretch. Second race, ready for a start. Off and pacing, Cattle Call fires from the outside. Red Eye to Shanghai along the rail, second, third one to the turn. That's Roll with the Warden to get away. Off stride on the turn. Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Hit the run. He back down pacing rather quickly. Now on the lead, that's Cattle Call for Burial by 4. Second is Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Now third. That's Roll with the Warden, ready for prime time. Fourth, and trailing the field, Rosie's Mighty Mo. They're on by the first quarter. Cattle Call was the leader at the opening station in 28 and 1. Second is Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Back into third, Roll with the Warden. Fourth, ready for prime time, and the trailer fifth. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Off the turn they come towards a half mile. It's Cattle Call in control. Second, that is Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Large gap back to third. Roll with the Warden there. Ready for prime time is fourth, and the trailer, that's Rosie's Mighty Mo. 57 seconds flat was the half. As they move next to 5-8, Cattle Call the leader. Red-Eyed is Shanghai is all alone second. Roll with the Warden third. Ready for prime time fourth. Fifth on the outside, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Here comes the three quarters. Cattle Call loose on the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Red-Eyed is Shanghai is second. Rosie's Mighty Mo picks up third. Roll with the Warden fourth. Ready for prime time, the trailer. Here's the three quarters in 1:25 and 1. They turn for home. Cattle Call the leader. Red-Eyed is Shanghai second. Rosie's Mighty Mo closing up third. Deep stretch now. Cattle Call on the line. It's a Gilberto Daily double. Second, that's Red-Eyed is Shanghai. Rosie's Mighty Mo third in 1:55 flat.
Okay, you get this guy revved up. He's hard to rate on the front end. 28 and 1 Cattle Call and Barrio. Barrio had to rev him up because he wanted to cut it. And Red-Eye to Shanghai also showing that early speed. Barrio wanted to make sure he got him out to the lead. But the problem with that is when you get him revved up, as I mentioned, he is hard to rate. Barrio holding him there. 57 of the half. Three quarters, 125 and 1. Big third quarter of 28 and 1. Stops the clock here tonight in 1:55 as he remains perfect in his sophomore campaign now. 4 for 4. And so we'll see Barrio and Cattle Call back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Cattle Call to the winner's circle by pacing gelding 3 by Cattle Wash off the Arch Conquest stem, Bolera Talia, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, bred by Eve Sarrazin, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilberto gets both ends of the early daily double tonight. The miles in a 1:55. Cattle Call in the second.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the second race: Red Eye to Shanghai second, Roll with the Warden fourth, Ready for Prime Time fifth, Rosie's Mighty Mo third, Cattle Call the winner, 28 and 1, 57, 125 and 1, and the mile 155. From the top, your program reads 24531. Cattle Call 380. Exactor 520, Triactor $10, Superfecta $1.98, and that Gil Barrio Deli Double valued at $4.90.
The Gold Cup and Saucer Second Chance draw is back at Red Shores. On live race days in Charlottetown, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table for four at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash, the grand prize draw. It's going to take place Saturday, August 1st. Six away from race 3 post time. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and our selections for the third race. Mel Keith going 5.63, Garnet Burnsdale 5.43, Ken Workington 6.53, and I'm matching strides with Ken with a 6.53 coming up here in race number 3. Okay, nothing changed in the standings of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge leaderboard. Ken Workington in first with 64 points. Garnet Burnsdale in second with 59 points. Mel Keith in third with 44 points. They both had the winner. All three, I should say, had the winners in the first 2 races. So again, no changes in the leaderboard of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge through 2 races.
Louis the Lip on the third race parade. Owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby. Kenny Murphy drives. Shadows in the Night, number 2, owned by Peter and Don Smith and Gerald Morrissey, trained by Kenny Arsenault, driven by Corey McPherson. Woodmere Styles, number 3, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Paul Langell. Gaston Phil, number 4, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. Streak Antonio, number 5, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Tobin's Nibbler 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Happened for a Reason, number 7, owned by Mike McGuigan of York, Ivan McPhee from Claresholm, Alberta. Mike does the training and the drive goes to Mark Campbell. At 2 minutes to post time, only 2. The Sapphire's a new signature event for open mares that will go for a purse of $30,000 on Monday, August 17th. A special thank you to title sponsor, the Fox Group.
Okay, race 3, 2 away from post time. Grateful to have the Fox Group sporting us here at Red Shores and sporting that race, the Sapphire. Again, coming up during Old Home Week. We're going to see all those open mares that will probably race in the Sapphire. We're going to see them tomorrow afternoon in Summerside as part of Governor's Plate Elimination Day. The Ruby Chapel Open Mares, it goes in races 6 and 8 tomorrow afternoon with that first race post time at 12:30. Again, race 3 starters on track. There's the 6, Tobin's Nibbler, 3-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil, owned by Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester, the trainer. Jason Hughes in the seat. A real good third in Atlantic Sire Stakes action in Inverness, where he post 2, got away third at the quarter, 4th at the half, 5th at 3/4, closed to be third there in 56 and 4, and behind Smiling with Lou and Ocean View Lou. 28 and 1 closer. He was a winner on the front end in Summerside, Atlantic Sire Stake B stake. He had the rail and was a wire-to-wire winner in 57 and 2. That was 4 starts back. He has good closers up and down the card. Post 6 here tonight in this overnight event. He is to be one of the top selections here in this third race. Streak Antonio is another one. There's a real good shot to win, but I like Tobin's Nibbler to give the slight advantage to him here at 2-1. Ken Barrio complete the natural hat trick here to open things up on a Saturday night. We'll see in just a few moments, but he's got a legit shot. This guy's looking for his first win of the season, making his third start. That is the 5, Streak Antonio, a 3-year-old gelding by Blood Money. Ronnie Matheson's looking to double up on the training side of things. A big win there in the last race with Cattle Call. Pretty funny to see that Cattle Call going through the winner's circle there. His connections know that he does not like to stand still, and so they're all ready for a picture. And Barrio did the drive-through there, so that was kind of cool to see in the winner's circle in that last race. As I mentioned, they got a real good shot in here with Streak Antonio. This guy was on the front end in his latest from post 5. He had a good deuce in 57 flat, 29 and 3 closer. He's hit the board in 2 consecutive starts, both trips in 57 and change. If you take a look at his summary from last year, he was 7 of 8 in the top 2, and take a look at his bankroll last year. Over $30,000 in earnings. A talented son of Blood Money. A real good shot here to give Barrio the natural hat trick at 3-5. I'm going to use the 3 Woodmere Styles to close out my triactor. 3-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry. He was a good runner-up finisher. 2 starts back in an overnight event. 57 and 1, closed in 28 and 2. in his latest. He had post 4, got away in the 3-hole, ended up 6. Still a good race time, though, 57-4. Closed in 29 flat. Jamie Smith trains for the Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, and Paul Langell is in the seat, and they got a good starting spot here tonight. Woodmere Styles, looking for him to close out my try. He's 4 for 8 in the top 3. Could add to that summary here tonight. 10-1. Field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate for tonight's 3rd race. Let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Louis the Lip, Shadows in the Night, Woodmere Styles, Gaston Phil, Streak Antonio, Tobin's Nibbler, Happened for a Reason, are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Styles, Shadows in the Night, leaving on the rail, Louis the Lip right with them into the turn they go. Then 4th, that is Streak Antonio. Gaston Phil's away 5th. Tobin's Nibbler 6th, Happened for a Reason 7th. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter. And Shadows in the Night in unfamiliar territory, right on the engine, but it's going to be short-lived. Here comes Louis the Lip in line to Kenny Murphy to take over as they move by the quarter. Shadows in the Night is 2nd, 3rd is Woodmere Styles. That's Streak Antonio 4th. Tobin's Nibbler takes over 5th. Gaston Phil is 6th. 7th, that's Happened for a Reason, 28. And 3 was the front quarter. Off the turn they come. The long shot leader towards the half is Louis the Lip. Shadows in the Night 2nd, Woodmere Styles 3rd. That's Streak Antonio 4th. Racing from 5th is Tobin's Nibbler. Gaston Phil is 6th. And the trailer Happened for a Reason. Halfway home time in 58 seconds flat, and Louis the Lip by a little better than 2, make it 3 with 3/8 to go. Shadows in the Night 2nd. Streak Antonio up and on the move on the outside 3rd. Coming up 4th on the outside is Tobin's Nibbler. Woodmere Styles at the rail 5th. 6th, that is Gaston Phil. And the trailer Happened for a Reason. They're by 3/4. Streak Antonio on the outside, the leader. Louis the Lip has the cones. Tobin's Nibbler right there 3rd. 3/4 and 1:28 flat. And they're turning for home. Streak Antonio and Barrios all over them. On the outside, Tobin's Nibbler. Louis the Lip is still there. Deep stretch now on the wire. Louis the Lip, Tobin's Nibbler. Oh, Louis might have got there, but it's going to be a win photo here in the 3rd. 157-3.
I can usually forecast a race pretty good, kind of know what's going on and how it's going to play out. I did not see the 1 and 2 giving and going early and the 1 cutting this mile. I thought maybe Streak Antonio would want to cut it. Barrio elected to try from off the pace. He came first up. Louis the Lip, he wanted to cut it. 28-3, 58, 128. Kenny Murphy and Louis the Lip are leading it. Tobin's Nibbler off that live second over Flow. Tips 3 wide and down the stretch. They're going to battle it out right to the wire. I think maybe Louis the Lip hung on for the victory. Yeah, they got him posted now. The 1, Louis the Lip gets it done. Great effort from Tobin's Nibbler and Hughes from off the pace. Streak Antonio is going to round out the top 3. So we have a 1-6-5 unofficially here in the 3rd. And we'll see Louis the Lip and Murphy in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
Louis and Kenny win in a photo finish are in the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Louis the Lip may facing gelding 3 by Somewhere Fancy from the All-American Native Dam, Sapphire Hanover. Owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Bred by Michel Allard from Saint Esprit, Quebec. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, and Kenny Murphy will guide him to a new record of 157 and 3. Louis the Lip upsets the third.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the official results from the third race. Louis the Lip, the race winner. Shadows in the Night was 7th. Woodmere Styles 5th. Gaston Phil was 4th. Streak Antonio finished 3rd. Tobin's Nibbler was 2nd. Happen for a Reason 6th. Fractions went 28 and 3. 58. 128. And the mile 157 and 3. In review, it's 175, 4, 3, 2, 6. Louis the Lip paid $35.10 on the nose. The exactor $258. The triactor $686.10. Superfactor $144.20.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 1st at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner.
Fourth race, sponsored by Kenmac Energy. One is JK Last Chance, owned by Dan McConaughey of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Jason Hughes will catch drive. Number 2, Bentley, is owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, driven by Mark Campbell. 3, Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Burnett, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Pictonian I Am, number 4, Kenny Murphy of Harrington, co-owns and drives. Co-owner Mark Gallant of Summerside, trainer Cliff Murphy. Cowboy Shiner 5 is owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. Join us for Boots and Bling, Harness the Hope fundraiser on Friday, July 24th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. To purchase tickets, please visit the Eastlink Center box office.
Okay, race 4 on track. 2 minutes away from post time. Now winners of 1721 last 4 starts. It is the Kenmac Energy Pace. Great to have the folks from Kenmac Energy with us in the trackside patio tent. They're enjoying the racing action. They'll be trackside with the winner in this race. And I think the winner is going to be Bentley, a 4-year-old by Peng Shui. Mark Campbell driving for trainer John Clary. Michael Clary of Montague. He is the owner breeder. This guy's still looking for his first win of the season. He's a real good-looking son of Peng Shui. He always gives a real good effort. Take a look up and down his page. Good closers, 28-2 last time out. Just missed, just back 3/4 of a length, 54-1. Fifth the start prior to that. Good closer again, 27-1. Both trips, 54-1, and that start 2 back, that was from the trailing spot. He had post 9 on that day, got away 6 by 9, was only back 3 at the finish. So much better spot. He's on the wings tonight and an inside post. And he's got Mark Campbell in the seat. So Mark gets along really well with him. So we'll put him on top at 2-5. I think Bentley will probably get a good 2-hole ride. I think JK Last Chance, I think he's overdue to cut a mile. He's really good on the front end. You can see he's a wire-to-wire winner there back in December. Last time he was cutting a mile at the preferred 2 level. He'd been racing up the preferred 2 level in his second start back. Picked up a check, 55-4, 27-4, and then second by a neck at the 12:51 level. Just 2 starts back from post 2. In 54 flat, as I mentioned. Their closing quarter, 28-1. Tough spot last week. He was up in class to the 1651s. He had post 7, got away 7 by 10. He was only B3 and change at the finish in 54-4. Closing quarter, 28 flat. Kenny Arsenault trains. Dan McIsaac, the owner from Charlottetown, and Jason Hughes in the seat. And wouldn't it be cool if this guy could get a win here in the Ken Mack Energy pace for his connections. JK Last Chance with rail control with the Blue Knight in the seat, 6-5. Then to round out my try, I'm going to go Mr. Riley. 8-year-old by Steelhead Hanover. James Gorman and Darlene Compton, they share ownership. Corey McPherson trains and drives. This guy was really close. Second by nose in his latest 55-1 at the 12:51 level. Was a winner at the 9:51 level. Just 3 starts back, 56-2. So he's been really good in his last 3. Even raced well from off the pace there when he had post 7, 2 back. He's up in class tonight, but he does have a great starting spot from post 3 in this compact field. He'll probably be sitting 3 in this race, so I'm going to put him in there for third at 12-1. Starters for the fourth lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is the Ken Mack Energy Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Rail out. JK Last Chance, Bentley, Mr. Riley, Pictonian I Am, and Elroy Shiner. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, JK Last Chance and Bentley the first 2 out. Mr. Riley third, Pictonian I Am fourth, Elroy Shiner fifth. The programmed order start here in the fourth. Out in front, JK Last Chance for the Blue Knight Use. Second is Bentley. Then in third, that's Mr. Riley. Pictonian I Am is fourth. and trailing fifth. That is Elroy Shiner arriving at the opening quarter, and JK Last Chance is the leader at that station. Two-hole ride, that belongs to Bentley. Mid-pack third is Mr. Riley. Pictonian I Am fourth. Elroy Shiner fifth, 28 and 4. Opened it up. They come off the turn and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now, led by JK Last Chance. Bentley tracks in second, Mr. Riley third, Pictonian I Am. He's fourth, and Elroy Shiner fifth. They're halfway home now, led by J.K. Last Chance in 57 and 2. Bentley goes second, Mr. Riley third, Pictonian I Am fourth, and Elroy Shiner fifth. We've had no movement, and they're going to three-quarters next, led by J.K. Last Chance. Bentley gets the two-hole ride. Then in third, Mr. Riley. Pictonian I Am. Elroy Shiner, still no movement. Less than a quarter of a mile out. J.K. Last Chance, the leader. Bentley went to the outside second, but no advancement. Up the rail, that's Mr. Riley third. Three-quarters in one. 25 and 4. Homeward bound with J.K. Last Chance. Mr. Riley. Bentley on the outside. On the wire next. J.K. Last Chance and the Blue Knight U's go all the way. Mr. Riley second. Bentley third. 1:53 and 4.
Okay, as expected, program orders start. All the respect going to the horse on the rail. That's JK Last Chance and Hughes. They wanted to cut it, and they did. Everybody grabbed leather, took back, and he got up there 28 and 4, half 57 and 2, well rated on the front end. Kicked it up a notch in the third quarter, 125 and 4, and he closes it out in a quick closing quarter of 28 flat. He's got them coming at him on both sides. Bentley on the outside, Mr. Riley up the rail, but he's going to hold on for the victory. Nice trip here as he picks up his first win of the campaign in 153 and 4, matches his season's best from a year ago. And so JK Last Chance and Hughes, they do win the Ken Mack Energy Pace, and they'll be trackside with the winner back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
J.K. Last Chance moving into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the fourth race. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 9 by So Surreal. Off the Life Sign Dam, the camp. Owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown. Bred by Three Brothers Stable of New York. Trained by Kenny Arsenault. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, got a catch driving call right to the winner's circle. Time for the mile, 1:53 and 4. And for J.K. Last Chance, that's his 25th lifetime victory. Ken Mack Energy joining us on this day here at the driving park with the winner's circle presentation. Now, the official results from the fourth race: J.K. Last Chance, the race winner. Bentley finished third. Mr. Riley second. Pictoni and I Am fourth. Elroy Shiner fifth. They went 28 and 4, 57 and 2, 125 and 4, and the mile 153 and 4. In review, 132, 4, 5. J.K. Last Chance paid 370. Exactor 57.90. The Triactor 56.20, and the Superfecta was 670. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please direct your attention to the infield winner's circle for the introduction of the 2026 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. The 2026 Gold Cup and Saucer trials are scheduled for Saturday, August 15th, followed by the $100,000 final on Saturday, August 22nd, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery. Gold Cup and Ambassador Coordinator Kelly Finn is trackside with the 2026 ambassadors. Let's meet Sage McDonald. Sage is the daughter of Kent and Bonnie McDonald of Stratford. This fall, she will begin her second year at the University of Prince Edward Island, where she is pursuing a Bachelor of Business Administration degree. Sage is proud to represent Muscular Dystrophy Canada as her chosen charity. Say hello to Claire Campbell. Claire is the daughter of Brad Campbell and Aaron Found of Stratford. She is currently pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology at the University of Prince Edward Island and is proud to represent Diabetes Canada as her charity. Say hello to Cassidy McKinnon. Cassidy is the daughter of Lena and Billy McKinnon of Stratford. She currently works as a server at Delby by the Sea. Cassidy completed a degree in biology at UPEI and will continue her studies in a radiography program this fall. She will be representing the Queen Elizabeth Hospital Foundation as her charity. Say hello to Rhea Matheson. Rhea is the daughter of Jackie and Audrine Matheson of Stratford. Rhea is currently working as a resident care worker for Health PEI and is going into her third year of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at UPEI. Rhea will be representing the PEI Senior Citizens Federation and Corporation as her charity. Say hello to Lily Murphy. Lily is the daughter of Lauren and Joey Murphy of Charlottetown. She is studying chemical engineering at Dalhousie University and currently working at Spruce Grove Landscaping this summer. Lily will be representing the Canadian Pulmonary Fibrosis Foundation as her charity. Now let's meet Olivia Carver. Olivia is the daughter of Julie and Alfred Carver of Pownell, PEI. She is currently working at Veterans Affairs Canada while studying becoming a registered dietitian through her chosen program at UPEI. Olivia will be representing MS Canada as her charity. Now let's meet Madison Miller. Madison is the daughter of Doug and Wendy Miller of Charlottetown. She is currently working as a receptionist at Lecky Law. Madison will be representing the Canadian Mental Health Association as her charity. Let's say hello to Ella Clow. Ella is the proud daughter of Kathy Clow and Matthew Clow. Ella is currently employed at Dalby by the Sea as well as shop manager with the Charlottetown Islanders. Ella is going into her third year of the Bachelor of Arts program at UPEI and is proud to represent Alzheimer's Society of PEI as her charity. Now let's say hello to Jessica Tebow. Jessica is the daughter of Blaine and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington. She is currently pursuing a Bachelor of Arts degree in English and Psychology at the University of New Brunswick, with plans to become a teacher. Jessica will be representing New Start Standardbreds as her charity. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the 2026 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors.
Okay, there's a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam for the upcoming fifth race. Great to meet the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors for Gold Cup and Saucer 67. Race 5 is the Brent McDougall Memorial. Mel Keith going 2-5-6 here in race 5. Putting Bet on Evil on top with Bo Hannon and Friar Voltaire. Garnet Burnsdale likes a 1-9-4. That's what I like as well. I like the 1 Blue Moose and Steve Shepard to get it done here in the 5th. I also like Power of 4 and the 4-5 Star Dragon. Ken Workington likes a 1-5-2. He likes Blue Moose as well. I'm going to throw in Bohannon and Bet on Evil for his try. So there's a look at our picks. Good luck with yours here in race 5. Update on the All-Star Handicap and point standings. Ken Wharton still leading the way with 67 points. Garnet Burnsdale and Mel Keith got a little closer. They picked up a point each. Garnet's at 60 now, and Mel Keith at 45 points in the All-Star Handicap and Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a quick moment just to recognize Diane Hughes, who's celebrating her retirement this evening with us at the top of the park. She's alongside friends and family. Diane, we wish you all the best in this next chapter. Here's to doing exactly what you enjoy doing the most and not answering to anyone's schedule but your own. Congratulations.
Evening's fifth race, the Brent McDougall Memorial. They're on post parade, number 1, Blue Moose, owned by Taylor Shepard of Merivale, Quebec, trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard driving. Number 2, Bet on Evil, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald, trained by Mike McGuigan, Joe Barriel. Buddies and Virgins, number 3, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains, Ryan drives. 5-Star Dragon, number 4, is owned and trained by Bon Doyle of Charlottetown, Jason Hughes. 5 Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunsford from Dona, trained by Carson Wilkie, Corey McPherson. Number 6 is Fire Voltaire, owned by Eric and Luke Munch, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the conditioning, driven by Kenny Murphy. Moonrider is 7, owned by Debbie Element of Barraquois, Quebec, trained by Keith Ford, Brady Sweet. Mark It Up 8, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jeff does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. Power of 4 wears number 9 for owner, trainer, driver Erwin Neal of Charlottetown. 6 minutes to post time, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the evening, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm off to the rail in here, Kurt, on the veteran pacer. Blue Moose has worked himself down to the bottom condition here, and he's got the rail to boot and a lot of back class. I'll use him on top. I went to the 6, Fire Voltaire. He's been racing a little better as of late. The last start around was probably his best of the season. I have him in for the deuce. I went to number 5, Bohannon, for third. Then I checked in with the Blue Knight and 5-Star Dragon for fourth, and I closed it out with Power of 4 from the 9. It's 16549 from up here in the booth. Mr. Hughes, how do you see it?
Well, before I get to my picks, I just wanted to see, I was reading there that next Friday night in Summerside, going to have a pretty special night for you and all past announcers at Summerside Raceway as we celebrate 150 years at Summerside Raceway. That's going to be such a treat to see all of you reminiscing over a lot of stories that I'm sure will be great to hear.
A lot of race calls going on that Friday night at the, we're calling it Raceway Days this year up in Summerside. And I'm very proud that I was offered to be the parade marshal for the parade there on Saturday, and I've accepted, and I'm going to have a lot of fun there. I'm going to have a lot of fun with the meet and greet of the voices of the past as we do celebrate 150 years of harness racing in Summerside.
Yeah, it should be an excellent week. Looking forward to that night, especially hearing all those stories. So, again, going to be a great week next week in Summerside. But for this fifth race, Vance, I'm with you. I like the one Blue Moose and Steve Shepard. I'm going to put that one on top. I like the 9, the trailing spot. Power 4 is left from post 9 the last 2 weeks and has gotten off the start really well, following along right up the inside. So not an issue for him trailing in this one. So I'll look for him to scoot right out of there with the 1 and sit 1-9 early in this one. I think the 4 5-star Dragon has a shot at hitting the top 3. I'm going to close it out with the 6 Friar Voltaire and the 5 Bo Hannon and Corey McPherson. So I'm at 19465. Vance Cameron, you've heard his selections, 16549. And there's a look at our all-star handicappers and their super high 5 plays here in race 5. Good luck if you're playing along here in race 5, the Brent McDougall Memorial. As I was just mentioning with Vance, big night next Friday night, July 17th. It's race announcers reunion night as they celebrate 150 years at Summerside Raceway. Greg Blanchard's going to be joined by Shannon Sugar Doyle, Kevin Boomer Gallant, Alan McDonald, Joey Mills, and Rocky Skirman. They're all going to join Vance Cameron in the announcer's booth to call a race during the program. So join us for a night of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls as we celebrate Race Announcers Reunion Night in Summerside. I'm especially looking forward to that night. I think my filly will be in to go, so I'll be definitely there on track watching and playing along, cheering for my filly, and listening to the great stories from announcers from the past at Summerside and Vance Cameron. They all, I'm sure, got a lot of great stories. So make sure you tune in. If you can't join us on track in Summerside next week, going to be a heck of a week of racing. It all kicks off tomorrow afternoon with the Governor's Plate eliminations. First race post, 12:30 p.m. 12-dash program gets underway at 12:30. We also have the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares eliminations. They come up in race 6 and 8. And the Governor's Plate eliminations this year. 2 fields of, well, there was 1 field of 9. We got a trailer. Hullabaloo will trail in the first elimination. And the second elimination is a field of 8. And probably as deep a talented as group as I can recall in those Governor's Plate eliminations. Again, it kicks off tomorrow in Summerside. First race post, 12:30 p.m. Run out of time to get a ticket here in race 5, the Brent McDougall Memorial. 4 to 5 on the 1. There he is, Blue Moose. The old veteran, he's got 34 lifetime wins. Could get win number 35 right here in this 5th race. 2 to 1 right next door to Bet on Evil, Buddies and Virgin. Long odds at 43 to 1. 12 to 1 on 5-star Dragon. I like this one for 3rd on my ticket. Bo Hannon at a post 5 at 5 to 1. Like him for 5th on my ticket to 6. At 7 to 1, that is Friar Voltaire. Moonrider, tough spot for him. And the 8, mark it up all at long odds for Jacob Sweet. Brady Sweet will drive Moonrider. And Power of 4, I like this guy for 2nd. Irwin Neal in the trailing spot. Also long odds here at 47 to 1. Race 5, it's the Brent McDougall Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner in the field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Blue Moose, Bet on Evil, Buddies and Virgins, 5-Star Dragon, Bohannon, Fire Voltaire, Moonrider, and Mark It Up. They're up front. In back to trailer, Power of 4. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Friar Voltaire with the first call. Bohannon between horses. Blue Moose along the rail as they race round the first turn. Power of 4 followed through to be 4th. Then in 5th is Bet on Evil. On the outside, 6 is Moonrider. Then 7th is Buddies and Virgins. On the outside for 8th, Mark It Up. Followed by the trailer, 5-Star Dragon, quarter pole bound. And here's Bohannon to clear the lead for Corey McPherson. Blue Moose has given go time here in the front end. And Blue Moose and Stephen Shepard regain the lead off a 29-second opening quarter. Bohannon now second, Power of 4 third. Friar Voltaire 4th, Bet on Evil 5th. Then in 6th, that is Buddies and Virgins. Moonrider on the outside 7th. Now 8th, that is Mark It Up. And trailing 9th, 5-Star Dragon halfway home in the super high 5, led by Blue Moose. Up and out on the outside. Here's Bet on Evil to challenge. Bohannon in the pocket 3rd, 59 and 1.5. 4th on the outside as they race on around the turn. That's Moonrider. In at the rail, Power of 4 5th. 6th on the outside is Mark It Up. 7th is Friar Voltaire. 8th is Buddies and Virgins. 9th on the outside, 5-Star Dragon. The 3/4 next. Blue Moose getting him there. In at the rail, Bohannon 2nd. Now stalling in the middle 3rd. Bet on Evil, the 3/4 in 1:29 flat. On the turn for the 2nd and the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. Blue Moose turning home. Bohannon is 2nd. Power of 4 3rd. Friar Voltaire 4th. They're in deep. Stretch now. Blue Moose. Bohannon not enough. Blue Moose in line to Stephen Shepard. Bohannon was 2nd. Power of 4 will finish 3rd. Time for the mile. 1:58.3.
Okay, just checking the super high fives. Nobody successful from our side of things here in this 5th race. We all had the one on top, though. Blue Moose goes right down the road for Steve Shepard. Little give and go early with Bohannon and McPherson. Right back to the front, 29, half 59 and 1. 129 doesn't get any better rated than that on the front end for Shepard and Blue Moose. They stopped the clock tonight in 1:58 and 3, and he does pick up that 35th career victory here, and he does it in front-end fashion in the Brent McDougall Memorial. They'll be trackside with the winner in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Blue Moose has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle in the fifth. They facing gelding 11 by Badlands Hanover from the Arts Place Dam Wig Party. Home Taylor Shepherd of Mirabel, Quebec, bred by Doc's Farms of New Jersey, trained by Harold Shepherd. Stephen Shepherd will guide the veteran pacer to his 35th lifetime victory this night, the mile in a 158 and 3. Blue Moose captures the Brent McDougall Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the fifth race. Blue Moose the winner. Bet on Evil 9th. Buddies and Virgins 5th. 5-Star Dragon was 7th. Bohannon finished 2nd. Friar Voltaire 4th. Moonrider was 6th. Mark It Up finished 8th. Power of 4 was 3rd. Fractions 29, 59 and 1, 129, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 195, 724, 683. Blue Moose paid $290. Exactor $820. Triactor $56.70. Super High 5 at $450.94.
Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association would like to congratulate Atlantic Regional Driving Champion Mark Campbell and runner-up Keith Legg. Campbell and Legg will now represent the Atlantic region at the National Driving Championship at Clinton Raceway on Sunday, July 26th. Good luck, Mark and Keith.
On the sixth race, Red's Post Parade, one is Saltwater Captain. Owned by Joanne McCrae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams. Trained by David Myers, Paul Langell drives. Dirt Track Eddie, number 2, owned by Five Guys, Horses, and Liza Stratford. Trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Goose Commander, number 3, is owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Woodmere Mahomes, number 4, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Gilles Barriol. Time of Miami, number 5, the owners are Ian Smith, Randall Cooper, and Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Brady Sweet driving. Elm Grove Untamed, number 6, owned by Marc-Andre Cyr, Fatima, Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. Number 7, The Sun and Moon, is owned and trained by Joey Pino of Rustico. Mark Campbell catch drives. 5 minutes. 2 post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are tomorrow at Red Shores, Summerside. Thank you to Warren Ellison, title sponsor, Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Kenny Arsenault has won the Governor's Plate. Congratulations, serious damage gets him there.
Manilow Hanover on top. Manilow Hanover wins the Governor's Plate.
He loves Summerside. Outlaw positive turn, going back to the plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Looking forward to the Governor's Plate. Even got a Greg Blanchard call in there, so maybe he'll have a story about that call, along with Vance Cameron and all the other voices of Summerside. The eliminations come up tomorrow afternoon, race 10 and 12. Doc Awesome, who giant killer last week, he got up for the win. He is rail control in that first elimination. The Tulsa King off his big mile last week here in Charlottetown. He's in to go from post 2. Blood Money post 3. Get Wings, he's hot lately as well. He is post 4. B2B's in there at post 5. Twinbee Tough Enough post 6. Tony Tutal post 7. Mappo's Line from post 8. And Hullabaloo got collared by Doc Awesome. He's going to leave out behind Doc Awesome in that first elimination. And then over in race 12, the second elimination, Mickey Shan back to defend his title. He was a winner. He's seen in that montage for Hughes last year. He's on the rail for Corey McPherson in that second elimination. Arbitrage Hanover from post 2. Ammo, he's been undefeated here in PEI, and he is post 3. Good starting spot for him. Better than Spring is post 4. JMR Speakaway post 5. Nutbuff Finesse post 6. Trumpster Blues post 7. And Fast Louie rounds out that field of 8 in that second elimination in race 12 tomorrow afternoon. Should be a dandy card. Again, first race post 12:30 p.m. The first elimination will go around 3:12. Second elimination will go around 3:48. Race 6 starters, they're on track. 2 away from post time. There is a look at Woodmere Mahomes. Gilles Barriol trains and drives for owner Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Back-to-back seconds in his last 2 starts. Just beat a length at the finish in his latest. In 159, closing quarter 28-1. He closed in 28-1. 2 back, where he made that break early, recovered to finish second in 56-3. Post 4, back here in an overnight, going to be tough to beat at even money. So Woodmere Mahomes, he's 6 for 7 in the top 2 this year. He's good gate speed, has good closing speed, so we'll see what Barrio decides to do. Barrio's having a real good night. Goose Commander as post 3 right next door. Jason Hughes having a pretty good night too. He's a win there with JK Last Chance. Has a good shot here with Goose Commander. 3-year-old by Somewhere Fancy. I watched that A-Stake in Inverness in his last start. He had post 2. He was revved up early, and he was on the iron. Hughes had a real good hold of him there in that 2-hole following their 0-2-60. And I wonder if he got a little tired there because he was really revved up. And again, Hughes had such a good hold of him the entire mile, and then he was flat finishing. So I just wonder if he was a little too revved up early in that mile. If you look at his start prior to that, he was on the front end from post 5. A real good second, 56-3. He had a real good season last year in his freshman year, over 20,000 in earnings. He was 6 for 8 in the top 3 with that 1 win and 57-2. And so he's off to a real good start in his sophomore season as well with 4 of 5 in the top 3, a little over 7,500 made. Still looking for win number 1. Could get it here tonight if maybe Hughes unleashes him on the front end. We'll see what happens when the wing's full, but Goose Commander, definitely good play in the exactor at 3-1.
It's your last call to purchase a 50/50 draw ticket from your friends at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Right now, there's $950 going to go to the winner. And this is your final call to purchase a 50/50 ticket.
Okay, there's a look at the Sun and Moon. Mark Campbell taking over the driving duties for trainer and owner Joey Pino. You can see Joey was in the seat and all those starts you see on the program. He was a good closing second in his latest 57-4. He shows a win there in 2 minutes. A nice second right after that in 57-2. He was caught in behind traffic in that last start and shook loose late to get out for the deuce. Shanghai Whiskey was long gone in that one. There was no way of catching him, but he did close up really well there to get the deuce. So the Sun and Moon with Campbell in the seat tonight. If he had a drawn inside, may have put him up a little more on the ticket, but for now, with that outside post, we'll put him in there for third. So I'm at 4-3-7 in this 6th race. If you're looking for a value play here, the 7, the Sun and Moon, right now at 4-1 on the board would be a great selection. Metro Home Building Center starting 8 in motion here for race 6. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Saltwater Captain, Dirt Track Eddie, Goose Commander, Woodmere Mahomes, Timel Miami, Elm Grove Untamed, the Sun and Moon. Top of the stretch. Sixth race, they're all lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Goose Commander will get the first call, and at the rail, Saltwater Captain joining them, Woodmere Mahomes in between horses. Dirt Track Eddie rounding the turn in 5th is Timel Miami. The Sun and Moon away 6th, and 7th is Elm Grove Untamed on the backstretch. Goose Commander and the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes fronting the field. Saltwater Captain, a long shot, got away with a 2-hole ride. Racing from 3rd, another long shot. That's Dirt Track Eddie. Woodmere Mahomes 4th. Timel Miami 5th. The Sun and Moon 6th. Elm Grove Untamed is 7:29 and 1 the opening quarter. Goose Commander, the fraction setter, on Saltwater Captain second. Dirt Track Eddie racing from third. There goes Woodmere Mahomes sent to the outside fourth. Timel Miami picks up the cover in the outside fifth. Elm Grove Untamed at the rail sixth. The Sun and Moon on the outside seventh. Halfway home, Goose Commander in 58 and 2 consecutive 29 and 1 quarters as they go to the 5/8, and Goose Commander leads. Second is Saltwater Captain. Woodmere Mahomes on the outside advancing third. Racing 3 wide fourth, Timel Miami. Fifth at the rail, Dirt Track Eddie between horses. Sixth, Elm Grove Untamed. Way out there. The Sun and Moon. 3 quarters in the books. 127 and 1. Goose Commander got a 4-length lead and an 1/8 of a mile to go. Second is Saltwater Captain. Woodmere Mahomes third. Dirt Track Eddie fourth. They're in deep stretch now. Here's Goose Commander all the way to double up the Blue Knight Ewes. Saltwater Captain held second. Woodmere Mahomes third. 156 and 1.
Yeah, I talked with this guy in the pre-race there. He was revved up in that stake in Inverness. He had that 2-hole ride, but Hughes had a really good hold of him tonight. The Blue Knight cut the goose loose on the front end. 29 and 1, half 58 and 2, 3 quarters 127 and 1. Kicks home in 29 flat for a new pacing record of 156 and 1. He picks up his first win of the meet. And the 3-year-old Somewhere Fancy Gelding, he gets it done in front-end fashion here. Again, 156 and 1 for Goose Commander and Hughes, a new pacing record. And we'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Goose Commander to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the evening 6th race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3, the son of Somewhere Fancy, off the Big Jim Dam P.L. Nelly. Owned and bred by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, picks up his second winner of the evening for the double. And the colt has a new pacing record of 156 and 1. Goose Commander and the Blue Knight Hughes double in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 6, Saltwater Captain second, Dirt Track Eddie 6, Goose Commander the race winner, Woodmere Mahomes third, Time of Miami finished 7th, Elm Grove Untamed was 4th, the Sun and Moon finished 5th. They went 29-1, 58-2, 127-1, and the mile 156-1. From the top, your program reads 261-3745. Goose Commander paid $13.40. The Exactor was $382.40. Triactor was $974.50. Superfecta carryover. On the 7th race post parade, number 1 JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot, Adam Murner drives. 2 is Redland Sampson. The owners are Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Gillis, and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. Here comes Emmett, number 3, is owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Gilles Barrio. Keisha's Treasure 4, owned by Blaze Rogers in a Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Mark Campbell. George's Credit number 5, Paul Angel driving for owner-trainer Philip Kelly, North Wiltshire. First Glance is number 6, owned by Max Webster's Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Brady Sweet. Mockart in Motion 7, owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes. 8 is Leaving Bruises, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Mullino of Stratford, Basil does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk. He has the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Advance, we had cattle, goose, and a moose all winning in the first 6 races. So let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In tonight's first race, it was the Feast getting it done right on the front end for Gilberto in 29 and 4, half and a minute 4/5, 3/4, 129 and 4. Time of the mile 159 and 1 for the Feast. In the opener, Over When It's Over was second. The Potion is Motion was third, 5:39 try. It was chalky at 10:70. Over in race 2, again, Gilberto on the front end, this time with a really good-looking son of Cattle Wash. It was Cattle Call on the front end, 28 and 1, 57 to the half, 125 and 1 to the 3/4, stopping the clock in 155 flat for his 4th win of his sophomore campaign. He remains perfect through 4 starts. Red Eye to Shanghai second. Rosie's Mighty Mo rounds out that chalky try at $10. Over in race 3, the odds were a little better this time. Louis the Lip, he got it done at long odds. You're going to see him there. On the front end for Murphy. Tobin's Nibbler made it close at the finish with Hughes in the seat, but he's going to have to settle for second. Louis the Lip gets it done at 35-10 on the board. Streak Antonio rounded out that top 3, 165. It was a dandy at 686.10. Over in race 4, it was a Ken Mack Energy Pace. JK Last Chance head the rail in a field of 5, and the veteran Hughes put him right on the front end through fractions 28 and 4, half 57 and 2, 3/4, 125 and 4. Kicked home in 28 flat for a mile of 153 and 4. JK Last Chance got it done in the Ken Mack Energy Pace. Mr. Riley second, Bentley third, 132. It was a pretty good ticket at 56.20. Then over in race number 5, it was Blue Moose and Steve Shepard going all the way. A little give and go early with Bo Hannon, 29, 59 and 1, 3/4, 129. He stops the clock in 158 and 3. And take a look at that 20-cent super high five, 159.63. It was good for $450.94. And then we just watched in race number 6, the Blue Knight back at it again in race 6. Right on the front end again, this time with the Ashley Gamester trainee Goose Commander, owned by Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. They go all the way in the front end, 29 and 1, 58 and 2, 127 and 1. Kicked home 29 flat for a new pacing record of 156 and 1. And Woodmere Mahomes was in that top 3 ticket with Saltwater capped in second. And that was definitely not a crazy ticket to try and get. 314. Take a look at the $2 try. $974.50. So congrats if you connected there in race 6 with that try. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, race 7 starters on track. Running out of time to get a ticket here on race 7. JK Express got a good shot in here for Murner to hit the top 3 at 25 to 1, 9 to 1 on Redland. Sampson liked that one as well. And here comes Emmett and Barrio. 9 to 1 on Redland Sampson, 13 to 1 on Here Comes Emmett. The class dropper Geish's Treasure and Campbell. Their class dropping, good starting spot. They are the chalk at 1 to 9, 13 to 1 on George's Credit. First glance, Long odds 17 to 1, 19 to 1 on Mock Art in Motion, leaving bruises on the outside at 38 to 1. We're getting close here in race 7. Clash dropper, Geish's Treasure 1 to 9 on the board here. Looking for possibly maybe a front end score for Campbell. That's the way I see it setting up. As a full field of 8 lines up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
JK Express, Redland Sampson. Here comes Emmett. Geish's Treasure, George's Credit, first glance. Mockart in motion, leaving bruises. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing Geish's Treasure fires out from the center at the rail. JK Express. First glance, third to the turn. Redland Sampson away fourth. Then in fifth, it's Here Comes Emmett. George's Credit is sixth. Mockart in motion seventh. And leaving bruises eighth. On the backstretch, they're led by Geish's Treasure in line to Mark Campbell. On the outside, first glance is second. Third up the rail, JK Express. Redland Sampson are racing fourth. Now in fifth, Here Comes Emmett. George's Credit goes sixth. Seventh, Mockart in motion. Leaving bruises 8:27. 4. Boom! Just like that, Geish's Treasure fired up for Campbell in here. Now racing from second, that's JK Express. First glance found a seat in third. Redland Sampson fourth. Here Comes Emmett goes fifth. George's Credit sixth. Moving up seventh, that is Leaving Bruises. And now the trailer, Mockart in motion, 56 and 3 for a half a mile. They're rolling along in here with 3/8 of a mile left to go. On the lead, Geish's Treasure. Second, JK Express. Fading third, first glance. Moving up fourth, Leaving Bruises. Here comes Emmett on the outside, fifth. Mockart in motion, sixth. In between them, Redland Sampson. George's Credit. Now the trailer, first glance, the 3/4, 1:26 flat. And Geish's Treasure drives away with an 8 left to go. Clear by 8. Second, that is JK Express. Then in third, as they move down the stretch, Leaving Bruises. Oh, Geish's Treasure makes it look easy here for Mark Campbell. Up for the deuce, Here Comes Emmett. Leaving Bruises up the inside third. But it's Geish's Treasure in 1:55. Flat.
Geisha's Treasure and Mark Campbell run up the score on her rivals on the drop and pop. She drops in class here. She had been racing at the 1651 level, dropping down here to the 651s with a good post. Looked like a front end score on paper, and it was just like she did 5 starts back, just like he did 5 starts back. Geisha's Treasure on the front end, 56 and 3 to the half. Off that big opening quarter of 27 and 4, 3 quarters 126, kicks home in 29 flat. Geisha's Treasure, he runs off the screen here in race 7 in 155. We'll see Geisha's Treasure and Campbell back in that Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle next.
Geisha's Treasure. The 7th, Bay Pacing Gelding 5, Estate Treasurer from the Sports Writer Dam, Southwind Geisha. Home by Blaze Rogers and Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen. Mark Campbell on top all the way, right to his record, 155. Here's the official results in the 7th race. J.K. Express 6th. Redland Sampson 4th. Here comes Emmett 2nd. Geisha's Treasure, the race winner. George's Credit was 7th. First Glance finished 8th. Mockart in Motion was 5th. Leaving Bruises finished 3rd. Fractions 27 and 4. 56 and 3. 126. And a mile 155. In review, 642, 178, 53. Geisha's Treasure, 210. The Exactor, 1660. Triactor, 493.80. Superfecta, 125.71.
Okay, there's a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam as we take a look at the selections for the 8th. 215 for Mel Keith, Garnet Burnsdale 512, 513 for Ken Workington, and I'm going 521 here in the 8th.
Eighth race, entering the track on Post Parade, all about the cash. Number 1, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald. Leonard Doyle, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet, driving. High Praise, number 2, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Katie's Bet, number 3, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Nolan's Magic Sway, number 4, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel is the trainer driver. Fill My Beer, number 5, owned by Carl Stafford, Brent Campbell, Bernard McDonald, and Kent McDonald. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with the top selections, but first a message from Tourism PEI.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Red Shores is excited to present Race Announcers Reunion Night on Friday, July 17th during Governor's Plate Week. Greg Blanchard, Shannon Sugar Doyle, Kevin Boomer Gallant, Alan McDonald, Joey Mills, and Rocky Skirman will join Vance Cameron in the announcer's booth to call a race during the program. So join us for a night of interviews, special memories, and exciting race calls as we celebrate Race Announcers Reunion Night in Summerside, Friday, July 17th. All right, race 8 starters are on track. No winners of 2051 last 4. There's Fill My Beer, my top play in here. Mark Campbell driving for Landon Campbell. Third, just beat 53 and 4 in his latest in that PEI Colts Gold graduate event. Second by a length, 2 back. 54 and 1, 27 and 1 closer. Right at this level. So he's the outside here today, but he does have excellent early speed, but there is some inside speed to his left. But I think if Mark's really aggressive, I think they will release him to the lead, and I could see him going right down the road here at 2-5.
Now time to check those 50-50 draw tickets. It's valued today at $1,175, the winning number. W3367007. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,175, W3367007. Good luck.
Okay, there's a look at the 2 High Praise. Kenny Murphy's going to drive for trainer Jen Doyle. Ian McKinnon is the owner, winner 3 back. and he looked good on that day as well in 58-3, and then his last two trips, 55-2. Brady Sweet was in the seat, 2 back, 27-4. They closed 55-2 for Brody McPhee. Last time out, he had post 5 both times out. He the time he won down at the 12:51 level, he had post 7. He moves in to post 2 here tonight, even though he's still at this 2051 level where he finished out of the money 2 starts in a row. I do think the post relief in compact field is going to really help him play a part of this triactor. I do like his closing quarters as well. And Murphy and Doyle have been getting along great together. A lot of success here on the track. And so high praise. Going to use him for a piece of this try at long odds, 23-1. All About the Cash will be pushing out from the rail. You can see right on his card when he draws inside. He's up close to the action, either on the front or in the 2-hole. And so I think Brady Sweet will be pushing out with All About the Cash. Jeff Holmes shares ownership with Dave McDonald and Leonard Doyle. Jeff's the trainer. And again, Brady Sweet in the seat. And I think they will push out and maybe secure a 2-hole ride following the chalk favorite Fill My Beer. That's the way I see it setting up in here. So All About the Cash, if you're playing the exactor and try, he looks like a really good option at 6-1. We got a happy birthday shout outs. We got a happy birthday to Roger O'Coin and Cy Poirier. And Cy, coming up soon, he and his wife, Norma, they're going to be celebrating their anniversary. So best wishes from all of us at Red Shores. We also have a happy birthday shout out going to Angus Kennedy as well, joining us tonight. So happy birthday to him as well from all of us here at Red Shores. All right, 1-9 on Fill My Beer as he looks maybe to go right down the road here for Campbell. Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field on the turn. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
All About the Cash, high praise, Katie's Bet, Nolan's Magic Sway, Fill My Beer, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Up and facing Fill My Beer and All About the Cash are leaving out. High praise, third around the turn. Katie's Bet away fourth. Nolan's Magic Sway fifth. They arrive at the 8th and pretty good time in here. On the outside, Fill My Beer will clear the lead In line to Mark Campbell. Second, that's All About the Cash. High Praise all alone in third. Fourth, that is Katie's Bet. Trailing the field fifth, Nolan's Magic Sway. They arrive at the front quarter. Fill My Beer and Campbell in 27 seconds flat. Boom! Just like that. Fill My Beer out in front as the chalk 1-9. Racing second, it's All About the Cash. High Praise is closed up third with Katie's Bet fourth. Nolan's Magic Sway fifth, looking for a breather in the second panel. Fill My Beer halfway home on the lead. All About the Cash is second. Racing from third is High Praise. Then in fourth, Katie's Bet. Nolan's Magic Sway fifth. There's the half. It's 56-2. Fill My Beer will take him up the back stretch for time two. They're going to three quarters. Second is All About the Cash. High Praise third. Katie's Bet fourth. Nolan's Magic Sway fifth. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can find a right line in here because Fill My Beer rolls along for Campbell. Three quarters in 1:25-4. Homeward bound they come. Fill My Beer trying to see it through. All About the Cash on the outside. Then High Praise third. On the wire next. Fill My Beer. All About the Cash. Fill My Beer. He might have just held on in here. All About the Cash drove into the win photo. High Praise is third in 1:54 flat.
All right, we'll get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 8. As I thought, Fill My Beer will go right down the road here, and Campbell drove him aggressively, swinging from post 5 right to the front, 27. All About the Cash took a big bite out of him early and almost paid off late in the mile, 56-2 to the half, 125-4 to 3/4. I threw in the 2 there for the deuce, because I thought he got home a little bit better on his chart lines than the one All About the Cash, but no, not tonight. I thought All About the Cash raced super, and he closed really strong on the outside for Brady Sweet and almost got the measure of Fill My Beer, who was putting up the early fractions. Nice mile here, 154 flat, and that's a new pacing record for Fill My Beer, the 4-year-old by Shanghai Phil. He had to put a new speed badge on himself to hold off All About the Cash and Sweet here in race 8. Great finish in the 8th. Fill My Beer and Campbell. They're back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Fill My Beer on his way to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 8th race. Pacing Brown Stallion 4 by Shanghai Phil from the Panda Rosa Dam Hazel. Owned by Carl Stafford, Brent Campbell, Bernard McDonald, and Kent McDonald. Bred by Berkey by the Bay Stables. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell has back-to-back wins for the double. And the horse has a new pacing record today. 154. Fill My Beer delivers with the Campbell double in the 8th. Now, the official results from the 8th race, All About the Cash was second, High Praise third, Katie's Bet fourth, Nolan's Magic Sway was fifth, Fill My Beer, the race winner, 27, 56 and 2, 125 and 4, and the mile in a 154. From the top, your program reads 23451. Fill My Beer 210, Exactor 280, Triactor 370, Superfecta 63 cents.
Okay, race 9 coming up next, 6 away from post time. If you missed the interview with Mel Keith that I did earlier before the races tonight, she loves to go value play shopping, and she is in this race. We're all going with the chalk favorite, the 1, Impeccable Shadow. Mel Keith going with the 3, Spack Jarrow, and he's been really good in his last couple starts, 55 and change in his last 2. So she's thinking maybe with Mark Campbell in the seat tonight, the driver change angle may put this guy in the winner's circle, and no better time to get Mark Campbell than coming in off a win there with Fill My Beer. So Mel Keith going with the 3, 3-1-2, Garnet Barnsdale 1-2-4, along with Ken Workington. I'm going 1-2-3 here in the 9th.
Ninth race on Post Parade, Impeccable Shadow, number 1, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. No Mo Fear number 2 is owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training. Adam Murner drives. Spac Gero 3 is owned by Mike Slanna from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Mark Campbell. Racing Sand 4, the owners are Todd Walsh, Sean McAdam, Lance Jones, and Donnie McFadden. Todd Walsh is the trainer. Today, Jason Hughes. Proud of you today, number 5, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford is the trainer, driven today by Brady Sweet. Big Bad Bruiser number 6, Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown owns and trains. Corey McPherson drives. 7 is Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Bird, Eva McPherson, and George Burke, trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard up. 8 is Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Kenny Murphy drives at 3 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day Live from Charlottetown, PEI. Coming up next, a message from Dr. Mitch Downey and 1-800.
It was a pairing of world champions, legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere, and millionairess Economy Terror. Now their fastest son is standing in the Maritimes. 1-800. Some Beach Somewhere set 4 world records and sire champions. Economy Terror out-earned Sweet Lou at 2, winning the Breeders' Crown and set a world record. Bred only to world champions and Dan Patch winners, she's produced 7 $100,000 winners, fetching top price at the Lexington Select Sale. 1-800 paced half miles in 52 and change at 2 and 3 in this lifetime best performance of 1:48. Lightly raced, he now enters stud as his dam's fastest son. New for 2026. 1-800. Call Dr. Mitch Downey to book today.
All right, race 9 starters on track here. Now winners 951, last 4. Going to be tough to beat this guy, I think, on the rail. Impeccable Shadow making his 4th start back for trainer driver Paul Langell and owners Dale and Ronnie Rennie, and along with Melissa Rennie. This guy's still looking for his first win of the season. You can see he's got some really nice race times on his program. 55 and 1-3 back at the preferred 2 level. 55 and 3 closing quarter. 27 and 1 from post 7 the very next week. And then the last time out he had the rail, good covered up trip, just back 3/4 of a length at the finish. Dusty Lane Levi, the big winner that night in 54. This guy, nice trip there with nice time, 154 and 1 closing quarter, 28 flat. And so he drops a couple more classes here to the 951s. Again with the rail, I think he's going to go right down the road here, and so does everybody else. Currently the chalk at 1-9. And typically when you got a chalk horse on the rail, usually all the other horses in the race grab leather and take back. So we could be on program start here in this one. Maybe someone will be bold and leave off the gate and make Langell do a little give and go. I could see that possibly happening. with a couple of the outside horses, but with Impeccable Shadow on the rail, there isn't one that stands out that really could spring off the wings and do a move like that. So I'm going to go right next door to No Mo Fear, and I'm going to bet this guy gets a 2-hole ride. He was really close 3 back there, where he was second by a quarter length, 56-2. He had post 6, finished 6, 54-4 the very next week. And then he had the trailing spot last time out, got away 4th, just back 2 1/4 at the finish in 55-3. So I think he's going to get a really tidy steer here from Murder and maybe sit that 2-hole ride because he's been really good this year and he could be sitting on a big mile. So Impeccable Shadow doesn't bring his A game. He's got this guy right on his back to deal with in the stretch. And so I could see No Mo Fear maybe upsetting the favorite, maybe. If Impeccable Shadow isn't at his best, but going to be tough to beat the 1. I got him in there for second at 7-1. And then I went right next door to Mel Keith's top play here, the free-legged Spack Jarrow, now 10 years old. And as I mentioned, he shows 2 trips in 55 and change. He gets Mark Campbell here today. And Mark gets along really well with him. And again, they got a nice inside draw here. So maybe they get away in the 3-hole and track along in that 3-hole and finish 3rd. That's the way I see it setting up here in the 9th. I think it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. But we'll see in a moment. We're getting close here in the 9th. Tote boards telling the same tale with the 3 inside horses taking all the money as Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Impeccable Shadow, No Mo Fear, Spack Jarrow, Raising Sand, proud of you today. Big Bad Bruiser, Cowboy Logic, Dr. Grenfell, top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Up and pacing, Impeccable Shadow fires to the front. Second is No Mo Fear. Spack Jarrow rounding the turn 3rd. Raising Sand 4th. Proud of you today 5th. Big Bad Bruiser 6th. Cowboy Logic 7th. Dr. Grenfell is 8th. A full field of 8 in a programmed order start, led up the backstretch by that 1-9 choice, Impeccable Shadow. In line to Paul Langell. No Mo Fear goes second. Spack Jarrow 3rd. 4th is Raising Sand. Then Proud of You Today 5th. Big Bad Bruiser 6th. Cowboy Logic 7th. Dr. Grenfell is 8th. 28-3 was the opening quarter. Off the turn they come. They're in straight alignment. Moving towards the half mile. Impeccable Shadow in complete control. No Mo Fear, the 2-hole ride. Spack Jarrow in 3rd. Raising Sand 4th, Proud of You Today 5th. 6th is Big Bad Bruiser, Cowboy Logic 7th. Dr. Grenfell is 8th. 56-1. They went 27-3 in the second quarter by the 5/8 led by Impeccable Shadow. Stalking second is No Mo Fear. Spack Jarrow in 3rd. Raising Sand 4th. 5th is Proud of You Today. Then in 6th, that is Big Bad Bruiser. 7th, Cowboy Logic. On the outside 8th, Dr. Grenfell. 3 quarters in 1:25-1 around the turn for the final time with an 8 to go. Impeccable Shadow. Solid fractions in here. Turning for home. No Mo Fear. Trying for the upset. Spack Jarrow on the rail 3rd. Deep stretch now. No Mo Fear. Spack Jarrow up the inside. No Mo Fear. Wow. It's picture time here in the 9th. 1:54-2.
Okay, I talked about this in the pre-race. I thought they might be program order here early with Impeccable Shadow dropping in class. He looked the best on paper, but I thought if Langell puts him on the front and he doesn't bring his A game here tonight, I thought maybe the pocket setter No Mo Fear may be able to reach up and nail him here in the stretch, and that's exactly how it played out. 28-3. 56-1. No one can ever complain that Langell tried to steal this one because he kept on rocking and rolling this guy on the front end. 125-1. They stopped the clock in 154-2. I thought this guy may be sitting on a big mile, and he did here tonight. A pocket sitting conversion to victory for No Mo Fear and Murner. 154-2, and it is a new pacing record for the 4-year-old son of Fear the Dragon. He gets it done here in the 9th, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
No Mo Fear into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Fear the Dragon off the Rock and Roll Handler Dam Maureen Rocks. Owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Bred by Emerald Highlands Farm of Ohio. Trained by Paul Doyle. Adam Murner will put a new race win record on him tonight in 154-2. No Mo Fear. That's his 10th lifetime victory. Now the official results from the 9th race. Impeccable Shadow 3rd. No Mo Fear the race winner. Spack Gerald was 2nd. Raising Sand to finish 4th. Proud of You Today was 6th. Big Bad Bruiser 7th. Cowboy Logic was 5th. Dr. Grenfell finished 8th. They went 28-3. 56-1. 125-1. And the mile in 154-2. In review, 312, 467, 58. No Mo Fear, 1790 to win. Exactor 99.80. Triactor 77.90. And the Superfactor was 41.09.
Join us Thursdays in the Top of the Park for the ultimate guest experience. This offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, race program, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $34.95 plus tax. For more information on the ultimate guest experience, visit Redshores.ca.
Tenth race on the track for the Reds Post Parade. Number 1 is T.H. Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson driving. Captain Highliner, number 2, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, and Sean Smith of Milton, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. DJ Mustang, number 3, owned by Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle, trained by Saul Lanigan, today out of Murner. House Edge Hanover, number 4, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. Hunter's Hero wears number 5, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Number 6 is Malevolent, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. 4 minutes to post time. And Kurt, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the Saturday evening feature. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Another well-grouped bunch of horses in here, Kurt, set to do battle. I ended up on the 4 House Edge Hanover. I like him on top. He'll triple up Barrio if he can get there, but it's a well-matched group in here in the 10th. I went to the 1 TH Boomtown. That's his stable mate off of that inside post. And then I went to the outside Malevolent. He was real good last time around, winning in 53 and change. And if you play the Super, I went to the 2 Captain Highliner, 4162. But from up here, I think she's wide open in here.
Yeah, I just think the stablemates are going to help each other out here. I think TH Boomtown will be leaving out off the rail and probably maybe release his stablemate to the front, and they could sit 1-2 early. I like Captain Highliner to round out the top 3, so I'm going with a 4-1-2 in here, Vance. I think House Edge Hanover, like you say, can get it done. TH Boomtown second. I throw in Captain Highliner and Kenny Murphy. They were good second in their latest, so we'll put them in there for part of it here. 4-1-2 for me. You've heard Vance's selections. So good luck with yours here in our feature of the night. Race 10 and 2 away from post time. All right, race 10 feature. They're getting ready to roll up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate 5-2 on TH Boomtown. Captain Highliner 13-1, 5-1 on DJ Mustang, 3-2 on my top play. House Edge Hanover. Hunter's Hero at 9-2, and Malevolent off that big win last time out at 3-1. This sets up to be a dandy feature. Field of 6. They're on gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, Kurt, you know Mary McQuarrie from down around Inverness Way. Oh, she's been royalty in racing there for a long time. She watches online. Mary, I've got Ali, Corey, Randon, and Ross. They're in the booth, and they're in from Inverness, and they're about to watch the 10th on a Saturday evening at Charlottetown. 10th race, feature, post time. Off and facing and off stride. That's House Edge Hanover, a rare miscue in here. Going right on to the front, that's DJ Mustang. Second on the turn will be TH Boomtown. Captain Highliner away third. Racing from fourth, that is Hunter's Hero. Fifth at the rail is Malevolent. And trailing after the break, House Edge Hanover 6. Along the back stretch to the quarter, DJ Mustang in line to Adam Murner. Quarter pole leading. Two-hole ride, TH Boomtown. Captain Highliner races from third. They open it up in 28 seconds flat. Hunter's Hero around the turn fourth. Malevolent fifth. The trailer, that is House Edge Hanover. Off the turn they come. They're racing towards the opening half mile now. DJ Mustang looks to get them halfway home, but wow, take a look at Malevolent as he picked them off, and I mean picked them off in here. Malevolent on the outside, the leader. Second is DJ Mustang, 56 and 4 the half mile. Third on the turn is TH Boomtown. Captain Highliner has fourth. There goes Hunter's Hero to the outside, fifth. House Edge Hanover, not today. 3/4 the next stop. On the front end, DJ Mustang the leader. Malevolent the challenger. Third at the rail is TH Boomtown. Hunter's Hero not far away fourth. Captain Highliner is fifth. House Edge Hanover trails 3/4 up in 1:25 flat. Eighth of a mile left to go. DJ Mustang and Murner turning for home. TH Boomtown on the outside second. Hunter's Hero coming late third. On the wire next, DJ Mustang. TH Boomtown might have got there on the end of it for McPherson. We're going to need another win picture. Stopping the clock in 1:54 and 4.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the Saturday night feature. And DJ Mustang out to an early lead here for Murner. House Edge Hanover, a very uncharacteristic break in stride as the wings folded there. Took himself right out of the race. DJ Mustang on the front end for Murner, 28, 56, and 4. Getting that perfect pocket ride was the one TH Boomtown. And McPherson up 3/4, 125. McPherson kept working on him in that 2-hole, and the angle's out at the top of the stretch, and he's going to get the measure of DJ Mustang in deep stretch. Great effort from the one TH Boomtown as he delivers out of a pocket trip here tonight. 154 and 4. Great effort from the one TH Boomtown and McPherson here in the feature. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
TH Boomtown wins the photo finish in the 10th and now arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Bay Pacing gelding 5 by Captain Crunch. From the American Ideal Dam, Ali Elizabeth. Home by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford. Bred by Glenn Bechtel from Kingston, Ontario. Trained by Ronnie Mathers and Corey McPherson. Catch drive call to the Winners Circle, 154 and 4. TH Boomtown in the feature. Now the official results from the 10th race, T.H. Boomtown, the race winner. Captain Highliner was 5th, DJ Mustang 2nd. House Edge Hanover finished 4th and had broken equipment. Hunter's Hero 3rd. Malevolent was 6th, fractions of 28, 56 and 4, 125, and the mile 150, 4 and 4. In review, it's 152, 436. T.H. Boomtown returning 530. Exactor 5720. Triactor 17730. Superfecta 4655.
There is the fourth place photo from the feature there with House Edge Hanover getting his nose on the line ahead of Captain Highliner there in that 10th race. 7 away, now 6 away from the finale here at Red Shores. 2 to 5 on the 6th right now. Paul's Crown. 1 Wicket Man, 9 to 5 on the board. I want to tell you about the Super High Five. It's offered at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside on race 5. And the final race of the program carries a low 15% takeout, so it's Super High Five time here in Charlottetown as we take a look at that Atlantic Postcalls paddock. And the entries for the 11th, they'll be out in just a moment.
The 11th race on the track for Post Parade. 1 Wicket Man. Where's number 1? Owned by James Perot of Stratford. Now trained by Jared Perot. Gilles Barrio drives. Shadow's Terror number 2. Owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers. Jason Hughes. Rose Run X-Con 3, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner drives. Four is Evil Vintage, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Neptune Sealster 5, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant. Today, Paul Angel. Paul's Crown number 6, owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Stanley Harper. Mark Campbell. Manterio number 7, owned by Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster Stable, and Melissa McRae, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. 8 is ABC, owned by Dewar Burho, Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Stephen Murphy driving. Number 9, Freight Air, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick. Ryan DeRoche drives. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow afternoon, Red Shores, Summerside, featuring the Governor's Plate Eliminations. First race post time is 12:30. Kurt has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up the Saturday program.
All right, there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets here to close it out at Red Shores. Mel Keith going with a 69134. Garnet Burnsdale 16392. Ken Workington going 16239. Vance Cameron, he looks at 16397. And I'm going with 19234. I like One Wicked Man. He's got the rail here tonight at the 1251 level. He's been racing up against a much tougher group of horses, and he's got Gilles Barrio in the seat tonight. Shows a good second from off the pace. He had the dreaded post 8 in that second last outing. 53-4 race time, 27-1 closer. And so I'm going to put him on top. I do like the 9 Freight Air. I think he could get a real good trip from the trailing spot here, and I'm going to throw in Shadow's Terror. The 3 Rose Run X-Con and Evil Vintage to round out my Super High 5 tickets. So good luck if you're playing along here in the Super High 5 finale. Race 11, as Vance mentioned. Back at it tomorrow in Summerside. 2 divisions of the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares eliminations. Field of 7 in race 6 goes around 2 o'clock. Race 8, the second division, goes around 2:36. Again, another field of 7. Lady Cafe Olay looks like the mare to beat this year. She is the outside post in that second division of the Ruby Chapel Open Mares. And then we have 2 eliminations for the Governor's Plate as well, coming up in race 10 and 12. Field of 9 in the first elimination. Doc Awesome coming in off that big win over Hullabaloo. And his latest, he is the rail. Hullabaloo is post 9 in that first elimination. And Mickey Shan is back to defend his title. He is the pole position in that second elimination, but it is a tough group that includes Ammo at a post 3. Ammo's been undefeated here on red soil, so we'll see how he does in that second elimination. So it sets up to be Dandy Get Wings, another really nice horse that's done great things in Ontario for his connection since they purchased him, and he's done great things here on the island. Tough to beat him in that first elimination. Again, he is post 4 in that elimination. Again, it all kicks off tomorrow afternoon. First race post for that card is 12:30 p.m. Quick update in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge leaderboard. Ken Workington, he's busy tonight at the Meadowlands. Big card there tonight. The Meadowlands pace goes tonight. Brandon Boulevard with post 2. Going to be tough to beat him in that Meadowlands pace. So Ken will be describing all of the action there tonight at the Meadowlands. He leads the way in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge with 85 points. 78 points for Garnet Burnsdale. He's in second, and Melissa Keith is in third with 56 points currently in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for the finale here at Red Shores. Going to send it up to Vance Cameron for the race call. Vance, quite a card tomorrow afternoon.
Looking forward to it, Kurt, and the weather's going to be great. Oh, there's no young fellas left in Inverness, Nova Scotia. Just had four. Got four more. Gio and Ryland and James and Kenzie are here, and they're enjoying this Saturday evening at the driving park. It's super high 5 time, and it's post time. The rough end pacing from the middle. Evil Vintage is firing Rose Run X-Con. One Wicked Man along the inside will go right with them. Following through 4th is Freight Air, now in 5th. That's Shadow's Terror. Then 6, Paul's Crown. Away 7th, Neptune Sealster. 8th, that is Manterio. And trailing 9th, ABC. They're in straight alignment here. Making the front Evil Vintage. It's short-lived. Barrio sending One Wicked Man right on to the lead at 1-9. Racing second is Evil Vintage on the turn. In third is Freight Air, Rose Run X-Con. He's 4th, now in 5th, Shadow's Terror. Opening quarters up. Boom! Just like that, 27 seconds flat. Wow, they're halfway home here in the nightcap, led by One Wicked Man. Second, Evil Vintage. Here comes Paul's Crown. Up on the outside to take 3rd, Freight Air 4th. Following, covering the outside, 5th is Manterio. Rose Run X-Con 6th, ABC 7th. Then in 8th, towards the rail, Shadow's Terror. Neptune Sealster 9th. There were 56 and 2 at the half. Up the backstretch they go, and widening the lead, One Wicked Man. Paul's Crown is taken over second. Third up the rail is Evil Vintage. Up 4th on the outside, Manterio. 3 quarters in the books. 1:24 and 4 on the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out, and One Wicked Man clear by 5. Paul's Crown is second. Manterio third. Deep stretch now, landing on the wire next. One Wicked Man will triple up Gilberto. Up the inside, Freight Air rallied second. Paul's Crown held third. Another good trip. 1:53 and 2.
Okay, well, I had the exactor to close it out, but that's as far as I got. No super high five for me here in the finale. One Wicked Man, as everybody expected, would be much the best here tonight, and Barrio didn't wait long. The 4 Evil Vintage scooted out to an early lead. Barrio pulled on that right line, though, early, moving back to the lead right where the chalk should be. 27 opening quarter. Big one to open it up. 56 and 2. 3 quarters, 124 and 4. This guy is he's got a lot of speed, One Wicked Man. He had an incredible sophomore campaign that saw him win 8 races over 19 starts and bank almost $100,000 in earnings last year. He had a mark of 53 and 2 at Churro taken last year. I think it was in his first start of the season. Well, he went right to that record here tonight. 153 and 2 for One Wicked Man and the Maritime Magic Man. They're going to close down Charlottetown with an impressive front end victory, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
One Wicked Man arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle in the 11th. Bay Pacing Stallion, he's 4 by McWicked from the Captain Treacherous Dam, Alexander Valley. Home of James Perot, Stratford, bred by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Now trained by Jared Perot. And the Maritime Magic Man Gilberto gets his third winner on the day for the triple. And the horse right to his record, 153-2. One Wicked Man and the Barrio triple in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 11th, One Wicked Man, the race winner. Shadow's Terror, 6th. Rose Run Ex-Con, 5th. Evil Vintage was 8th. Neptune Sealster, 9th. Paul's Crown finished 3rd. Manterio was 4th. ABC, 7th. Freight Air was 2nd. Fractions were 27. 56-2. 124-4. And the mile, 153-2. In review, 165, 893, 472. One Wicked Man, 210. The exactor was 3230. Triactor, 8110. The late daily double, 770. And the super high five was 8983. And that will complete our live presentation on this night here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Par Mutual handle went $122,344. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.